Boom! That's not the right one. Hey, Tommy. Just a couple hours tonight, boy. That's it. Somehow I always manage to give myself like, well, I spend like 5 minutes longer than what I tell StreamYard I'm going to do. Working on a fashionably late entrance. I'm just always working on it. Hey, Mary. Packing orders. Lucky bugger. I haven't had any sales for a couple days now. Hey, John. Hey, Dave. That's alive. Thought maybe that would work. That didn't work. What the hell? Try a different way next time, then. Yeah, I thought maybe you could be able to see a little bit of the detail that's in it, but not quite yet. I might even paint it tonight. Depending how much tea I have. Yeah, it's a sign. It says Fortnite in progress. Do not disturb. That's what the project is. Got a friend that's really into Fortnite. I think she'll dig it. Hey, Chris. How's the other end of the country holding up? Hey, Michelle. I wasn't originally going to send it to Zahir, but I don't know. If he's lucky, I might. Not not necessarily Tommy. She's my drug dealer's girlfriend, so that'd make future business kind of awkward. You know, depending on how this one turns out, I might make one or two more because there are quite a few people in the world to all right on. Tell you what, man, I'll split the shipping with you. It's not very big. It's like 3.5 inches high and probably 8 or 9 inches wide. The only expense making it is the time. Oh God, did I start this at 4? I think I started at about 4 or 5. Is when I went on with Dad's Vintage Garage. There is when I was probably about 10-15 minutes into it. So it's about 6. It was about a 6-hour project. Jody Matoma videos. Huh. You giving up the entrepreneur thing? Or is that just a different account? Yeah, almost everything takes 8 hours, unless you want a little kitty. I'm drinking tea. I know it looks like Crown Royal, but it isn't. Boy, that'd be a good night for all of us, wouldn't it? Big tall glass of whiskey. No, I'm allergic to whiskey. Can't drink whiskey. Every time I drink whiskey, the next thing I know, I'm in a Caps van. It's actually an expensive cup of whiskey. It's expensive tea. It's got Manuka honey in it. Stuff for a tiny little jar is like 20 bucks. Full of antioxidants, and it's naturally antibacterial, antiviral. Well, it's not completely antibacterial because it has probiotic bacteria in it that occur naturally. Good for the gut bugs and all that. And we actually have honey producers. God, there's 3 different honey producers within 10 miles of me, too. But no, I got to get stuff from New Zealand. But I don't want people to think I'm uppity. I was uh, I was just on with John, Dad's Vintage Garage, up until about 17 minutes ago. We were talking about the Plains Indians. Well, Kendall was teaching us about the Plains Indians. She had a school project she was doing. And I made your spool, Tommy, but I broke it. Because the thread sizes didn't jive between all the parts. So it wouldn't move by hand, so I grabbed a piece of pliers and it twisted the end right off. So I put another piece on the other end, and I don't know. And that was attempt 2, not including the failed tries. It was about 16 hours of my life down. So, like, not everything with a 3D printer takes 8. Sometimes it takes 16. And I really want to do that Ford engine block. I've got a file of a Ford V6 engine block, but it's 70 hours. And I'm not really open to the idea of having this thing run while I'm trying to sleep, on account of it being so hot. And there's YouTube videos of 3D printers burning hoses down. Now, dang it, if it's going to burn my house down, I want to be sitting right here while it tries it. It's weird. It's supposed to be printing the letters, not printing everything. 9 layers. Nine layers to go. An hour and 42 minutes. Mary, I'm in Alberta. In a wee town not much bigger than my house. I think there is... Yeah, there's probably 30 people or less in this town. There's a couple of people had to move out. Missouri! Right on. Oh, maybe it's supposed to be like that. I'm going to share this for y'all. So just turn it up and you can see the letters on it. There we go. Probably right there. Beak. There we go. Y'all, you don't need to see what I'm doing. I'm all out of beef jerky too. I'm all out of beef jerky. I had some smoked salmon a little while ago. That's all gone. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hey, Mike. Huh. That's more or less what I'm printing out. Yeah, them letters do come up a little ways. Infill 20. See, I'm doing 50. Huh. Maryland. Thing's gonna rattle itself apart if it keeps doing that. I'll bet y'all don't find that sound relaxing. That's kind of... Now get a guy riled up, that sound. Sounds like the Japs are coming. ASMR printing. But it's like, it's shaking the hell out of the shelf that it's sitting on. It's going to rattle all the bolts loose again. And that's only 90% the speed. Hey, Brady. Again with the background. Never mind the background, just do the letters. This thing is going to be a 1/4 inch thick by the time it's done. Oh, apparently I'm live. I'm sure glad I got that notice. And apparently this is my 30th episode. My, how the time flies. 30th episode of what? Honestly. Hey, Greg.
It's absolutely fucking dreadful outside.
Huh. I don't know. A cat was outside and he came in all dry. Now he's sleeping. How dreadful could it be? Apparently it's +8 and raining. Ansley! Oh, they get better, Jody. Come on.
Just plain crappy and soggy.
Well, that's no fun.
Darker and wetter than a sack of assholes.
Okay, that's enough of that. It's just a sign that you'd hang on your bedroom door or office door or whatever, depending on how old you are. But it's not supposed to be doing the background. It's got like 10 layers to go. How is it 10 layers to go? Just a while ago it said 9 layers to go. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but it's right down there. I mean, I cannot see it in StreamYard. I suppose I can kind of see it now. But I don't need to strain on my computer screen to see it. I can just go, oh yeah, okay. What day is it today? Sunday? Sunday. Tuesday, Jody. I go clean out my first storage unit down in Panoka. Thingy. No, I'm just no, no, and no. Miserably. It's a gift. I might end up making another one though. Have to confab with my peeps. Three or 4 days. Well, that's with that range and that margin of accuracy, you could be quite possibly 50% accurate. if you give a window like that. Or if you mean within 3 or 4 days of each way. And then you could be, with that margin of accuracy, you could be 80% chance you're right. It's one way to look at it. I just don't get why this thing prints all over the place like this. It's like giving a crackhead a coloring book. Color here, color there, go over to the other side. You can see right there, it started right in the middle instead of going down here. Because that dark stuff has already been done on this layer. Pizza's in the oven. Slow the temperature down. I'll be there in an hour and a half. Slow cook it. Pizza's in the oven. I got some jerky somewhere. I think I ate it all. I ate all my smoked salmon too. Deluxe. Good job with the deluxe pizza. You get all 4 food groups in every bite. That's the healthiest pizza to get. Never mind the fact that they use garbage meat, garbage veggies, garbage breads, and garbage cheese. A good choice on the deluxe. There was a guy when I was working here a month ago. There was a guy. There was 3 of us sitting in the pickup. We were staying warm, waiting for our big trucks to warm up. And the one guy goes, "Do you guys like pizza?" And we were both like, "Yeah, we like pizza." And he was, "Great. I'll probably get a large pizza tonight and bring it in for you guys. You guys can grab what's left of it." So he comes in, is holding his chest up, holding his head up high, his chest is puffed out, and he's got this great big ass pizza box. And he goes to Mitch. He goes, "There, you want a slice of pizza?" And Mitch goes, "Well, what kind is it?" Y'all, it was mushrooms and anchovies. Mitch didn't like mushrooms, so he turned it down. I don't dig anchovies, so I turned it down. And then he was pissy all day because we didn't eat his pizza. There is only one person on this planet that likes anchovies on his pizza. That's Michelangelo, the Ninja Turtle. That's it. I don't know Michelangelo, the artist. Just the Ninja Turtle. Yeah, I don't like anchovies on pizza. I can't really say I don't like anchovies because I use Worcestershire sauce in my beef jerky marinade. So in that sense, I do like anchovies. But no, I ain't chewing on little fish on my damn pizza. I don't eat stuff that looks up at me. You know what I mean? Anna, welcome. Welcome to my world. Try to contain your excitement. That's way too big. Ah, well, it didn't change at all. Huh. Three or 4 hours ago? Does Fortnite even have colors? Or can it be whatever I figure? So I'm wondering what color to paint these. Because what the color it is now is called natural. Whoa. My camera used to be like up there. I forgot I. Woo! Anyway, well, that's the color. That was fucking weird. Fortnite. Looks like they can be all kinds of colors. There's a white one, there's a pink one, there's a white one again. So it's white. The words are white. So I can make it just about any color I want then. I don't know. That yellow, the black letters on the white background. Hey, I'm just wondering what color I can paint this. Because this plastic takes acrylic paint really well. Like there's white plastic. with black paint. And I did both sides because that's the top and that's actually the bottom. It's quite a bit smoother, but it's pretty sturdy. But I kind of dig the black on yellow. Jeez. Huh. Oof. White and blue. So you have to see, white and black would be easiest, but white, black, and blue are the only acrylics I have. And the only blue I have is cobalt blue. So, I don't know. We'll just have to see how blue it is. Cobalt blue is kind of a pretty cool blue. All my other paints are all oil. And PLA, which is the type of plastic that this is, it absorbs moisture. So, which is probably why it takes water-based acrylic so well. Wow, that's almost the same blue as the display. It's blue. So I'm thinking blue on white. Blue letters, white background. Doing the borders black, or should I just keep them white? So I think if I had a third color in there, that'll be a little too overwhelming. Overwhelming to the senses. I don't like overwhelming my senses. I only have so many. Try something else here. I'm actually surprised I got the internet, because it is blowing like a dam out there, and it's raining like crazy. So you know why the internet's working? It's I'm still waiting to hear back from that other internet company. That's all. Oof. Background again. No. Just do the letters. Unless it's doing them. Unless it's trying to do the letters with a different. Different texture. That's what it is. It's probably just doing that at a different texture. These smart computers these days, eh? Yeah, the letters are raised. The letters are supposed to be raised. The letters, the outside perimeter, and around the two eye holes are theoretically raised. Like you zoom in, they're not raised at all just yet. They're just a different texture. But it does, like it was still printing over the letters. This is the only teeny that was the only teeny tip brush I had. I'm making another one here. That won't be too awkward to work with, will it? Probably. I just have to wait and find out. Now I got a brush to fix here before I can brush. I cut over the box. Why is there bristles all over the keyboard? Ansley, we all should be asleep. Ah! That glue is powerful, man. Makes your sense of smell all jinkety janked. What? Oh, never mind. Is it cold? No, it's only like 40, 45 degrees. I'll go outside in my t-shirt. Be back in 5. We will all hold our breath until you return. You want details. Details.
It's 50 Shades of Stay the Fuck Inside.
I love it. I love it. Focus. It'll focus. There we go. Holy cow. That's awesome. I can take a screenshot of that.
It's 50 Shades of Stay the Fuck Inside. Look out at all the fucking rain. It's fucking wonderful. Unless you hate rain, of course.
Okay, that was lame. Why is it Wainwright? It should be telling me where I live. Where the hell is that? There's a Kinsella in Japan. Huh. There's a Kinsella's Town in Ireland, Kinsella Court in New South Wales, Kinsella Street in Higgins, Australian capital, something or other, and Kinsella's Road East, Mango Hill, Queensland. But apparently there isn't one in Alberta. What's it like in Honolulu?
Look out at all the fucking rain. It's fucking wonderful. Unless you hate rain, of course. Do you see all of those stars? They don't like you and would prefer if you didn't visit.
Yeah. Flash flood watch in Honolulu. I'm glad I'm not there.
Tonight, Mother Nature is being such a fucking Sharon. Seriously, Mother Nature, can you not?
Okay, that's enough. But that was funny as hell. And you see, there's that author, W.P. Kinsella. Canada has Warren Kinsella. He's a politician. I'm sitting here with all my paints ready to go, and I'm still an hour. Right there. An hour yet. Sure, no. There's no painting yet. I need a damn fork. You ever wonder in life if I only had a fork? The cat's sleeping. He don't care. Probably as long as I don't pet the tail backwards. So we're going with blue and white. Blue is a brand new color. I just opened it. That's what I showed you guys. The seal on the inside, basically. Yeah, I used the white. It's separated. I couldn't find a lick of information on 3 of these German books. So I just listed them, and then I said, please look at the photos because that forms part of the description. I don't know what the hell they are. Google Translate doesn't know what the hell they are. And the bibliography list doesn't know what they are. So I know buyers never look at photos or read the description, but in the description I said look at the photos. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny as hell right there. See, whenever I saw that, I just figured the seller was just being lazy. He's just being lazy and doesn't want to do the research. Well, I have done research, and I'm telling you, you look up Joanna Spyri's bibliography. There's 3 books that I have that aren't in there. So I don't know what to tell you, man. And I have Google Translate and iTranslate on my phone, and both of those are stupid. I suppose I could call the German library in. That's just down the street from Jody. I should get him to call them up. Is that library still down the street from you? That German library, Jody? On 96th? 96th Street? Doesn't even have a date in there, no year or nothing. But it's half German and half crazy. Oh, there's a picture. What am I asking you for about that damn library? I could just look it up myself, see if it's still around. Just talk. That was just bad mouth and lazy eBay sellers. No, doesn't look like it. I'd have to go to the library in Bonnie Doon, it looks like. Huh. Whatever. So what else is going on? There's no way that's not rattling nuts loose somewhere. That probably sounds pretty cool outside the house, though. See, when it gets done, I'm gonna have to leave it on there until it'll when it cools, the bed will contract and actually it'll pop itself off. That's what I have to wait for. So if I try to take it off when it's hot, it'll actually bend like I did with this thing. You can probably see along that lip there. Right back there. There's that little wow. Just because I tried taking it off the bed when it was too hot. There we go. Yeah, it should be just before 2020. Oh, it's doing big ass borders now. Y'all check this out. Get out of there. That's some cool shit. I don't care who you are. So after dumping 3 bills into this thing, if it didn't work, I was gonna end up making you guys an aluminum scrapping video. All about scrapping aluminum and electrical components. Well, I'm glad too, Jody. That would have been an expensive video. $300 and no happy ending? At least now I get some playtime, right? I was probably going to build up the border, the outside. Did I call that or what? 7 layers to go in 51 minutes. Just over 7 minutes per layer. What the hell are we gonna do till then? Was it Trevor on GTA 5? Well, there's ways to make the minutes go by. The entire width of my bed? Yeah, I thought I thought you meant the bed in the other room. I was going to give you shit. But yeah, it's almost like the width of it is pretty well the usable printable area in that on that axis. Don't blame me, man. It's the middle of the night. It wasn't this big to begin with. I think I scaled it up another 25%. Ansley's getting sleepy. I don't want to push that button just in case it stops printing. Temperature curves, nice and steady. The bed temperature does a goofy little dip every now and then. I don't like that. Bed temperature is 70 degrees, yeah. Extruder is at 210. But it does say 190 to 220. And I've been, like when I first started doing this, so I was printing out 195 and 200. But then I did one print job at 210 and it came out better, so I just do everything at 210 now. And bed temperature, I started at 55 degrees and it failed until I got up to 70, and I was going up 3 degrees at a time. But I'm actually still looking for a piece of glass I can put on it. So I don't want to take that sticker off, just because I ordered the stupid thing from the Netherlands. So it's worth more getting here than it is for the actual sticker. That was cool. I was doing the outside of the end. That was kind of cool. Yeah, the temperature that I keep the extruder at isn't even a temperature that I do most of my baking at. That's what's crazy about it. I was thinking that, Jody, and then just like, I don't know, I could even have the screen capture for the print job up as video. But I've actually been told by a few people that I should put the audio up to help people sleep. That's cool. Hmm. You know that thrift store in my area has a couple of big keyboards. They're good size. I don't know. There's one that's about 4 feet wide. I was told learning how to play piano is easier than learning how to play guitar. Because a guitar um, is actually 6 pianos. I don't know, next time I'm in there, I could snap you a picture if you want. It does have a stand as well. I was just looking on my phone to see if the search was still in my eBay history, but it's not. 3 discs. You have desks? Like I'm at a kitchen table here, and my kitchen has a kitchen table and 2 folding tables, all full of stuff. I haven't had a desk in my house for quite some time. No, it's a 61 key. I'm pretty sure that's it. Is that an old card table or a modern one? The older ones are worth something. And I tried to mimic that with the modern design, but it's just not the same. You can tell when you shuffle a deck of cards on a modern one versus an older one, even if it's got the pillow top. Upholstered top, I guess it is. Geez, that thing's going wild on the screen. Felt the motors. I've never felt the motors be this warm. It's just been giving her. Is it decent? Nah, whatever. You said share, so. Pizza proof. That is cool. My desk is nowhere that tidy. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cockpit style. Pull the chair out and sit down, slide yourself right in. Everything's within an arm's length, eh? Yeah, that's really cool, dude. See, things have some height to them now. There. That screen's probably more interesting than I am anyway. Hey, there's Snobby, my main man. I haven't put that in the chat for a while, so. Oh, you've still only got one eye open. That's cool. Got one eye open and your beard is probably still tilted to one side. Your head's sticking up. That's what I'm like first thing in the morning. Who you asking, Mary? For me, it's 10 minutes to midnight. But I think you're asking Snobby. Man, 31 and a half minutes for those 4 layers. And if it shows you in enough detail, that's the position of the print head. Just moving like crazy. Woo! It's either almost too far away or too close. Or like inside. So yeah, I got her working, Snobby. I almost figured I had to make a video on scrapping aluminum and electronic components. It would have involved a 20-pound sledgehammer, too. It cost, after import fees, it was just over 170 euros. And it was only 75 euros for the parts. Yeah, because the parts I needed, they only sell in the Netherlands. They don't sell in. And I think the only thing holding anything back, Jody, is the communication along the USB cable. But I can, like, they do have a server based, so I can actually. I don't know why I would send to the Repetier server, because it'd basically be going to my computer, out to the server, back to my computer, and into the printer. But I was playing some games, and every now and then the printer would pause. But I think the idea with the server would be I could just keep my computer running, because it's my computer that runs the command lines for what the printer to do. Hey, Drew. Um, and then I can actually go onto my phone and monitor the progress from my phone remotely. That's the whole point of the server, I believe. If I had this thing in a fire retardant cabinet, boy, thinking things vibrating. If I could put this thing in a fire retardant cabinet, I'd probably look at that as an option as well. Is it second gen? I forgot what one it was now. Yeah, 930. First Gen by Bloomfield. That kind of makes me even more depressed because when you said that, I thought it was third. But yeah, third gen is the Ivy Bridge. Yeah, I just looked it up. It's the first gen, the 930. But hey, it's still going strong. I mean, I'm not all for crying out loud. I'm actually surprised the AIO cooler hasn't blown up. Hey, Lynn. I am well, thank you, Lynn. How are you? Tired but not tired. You mean tired but not sleepy? Yeah, Tommy, mine's i7 930, and it was overclocked when it was first built, but I'm running stock now. But I have the AIO cooler on it just in case, I guess, I needed the power, but I wouldn't say playing it. Yeah, I guess I'm playing it safe. Lynn, Tommy's working, so he's stepping away from the computer quite a bit. But he runs over and says something in the chat when he hears something interesting. My next computer build, Jody, is going to have a copper system for cooling. I believe it's German. I just have to look it up. Because I want to say Embraer, but that's not it. That's a damn airplane. Alpha Cool. Eyes Bear. Alpha Cool 240. That's it there. And it uses all copper. Everything on it is copper, so that you don't have an issue with your different metals. And it's expensive. On Newegg, it's 215 bucks right now, and 246 on Amazon. But yeah, you don't, and it has a nice little quick disconnect there. Yes, you don't have an issue with the different metals reacting to each other and eating the system up, or deposits clogging the transfer plate at the CPU. But I'm also running an i5 8600 that will be overclocked to, I believe, 4.2, which is cheaper than what an i7 could give me at that same speed. That's why I went with the i5 processor. But see, what my whole frame of mind on building the system is getting the most expensive video card that you can afford, and then building a system around it. No, I'm going Intel. My budget build will be an AMD system, but that's 810, and this is $3,000. So I'm an Intel guy by blood. I've always been around Intel, so I understand the little quirks that'll give me the more power. And an Intel system will last you quite a bit longer than what an AMD system would last you for what you pay. And there's more firmware and driver support for an Intel system versus an AMD system, I feel. But everything I've built was an Intel. Why do you want me to have the same system as you anyway? Are you going to host some LAN parties or something? If I'm looking to budget, I will go AMD, but I'm looking for a good, robust system. That's the trouble then with pre-built systems. Yeah, but I'm not going $600 for an Intel CPU. I'm going 300. And I can overclock that $300 CPU, liquid cool it, and I can get just as much power out of your $600 Intel or your AMD CPU. But the problem with pre-built systems is you're at, like, take Toshiba for example, you're at the mercy of the components that Toshiba buys. And with pre-built systems, you're getting B level and C level parts. The A level parts are reserved for the builders, the people who will buy the individual components and build their own system. And it's companies like Toshiba that'll go to Intel or Western Digital or Samsung, and they will buy B level and C level parts because they're cheaper. That's why dollar for dollar pre-built computers are cheaper than buying the individual components and building it yourself. No, Jody. That'd be way more expensive. most of the time, factory car parts don't last as long as the second part that you put in, provided you go OEM or better. And even aftermarket, you have to be careful. They take engine. What will I charge you for an engine? 8,000? Full brakes, you're looking at $400 each end. Well, we'll say 350. So there's 1,400. Exhaust system, including the catalytic converter and muffler and O2 sensors. You're probably looking at 1,200 for that cat converter. 50 bucks for the muffler. Probably 50 for all the other aluminum. So there's 1,300. Yeah. Have you bought a brand new headlight for a car? Because they're expensive as all hell. I sell mine at a bargain. I made that one Newfie guy pretty happy with free shipping, but why would I have an 8K monitor? I wouldn't have an 8K monitor. I'd put as much power into a 1080p as I can. That's enough. Anything higher, like 4K, 8K, that's just like having a $12,000 sound system in your car. It's just nice to talk about, in my opinion. I don't need to be bedazzled. Mind you, those professional gamers are there'd probably be a good bunch of guys to get used parts off of. So you can get that stuff a generation later. See, most of the games I play, like I'm really big into Flight Simulator, which is a very CPU heavy which is a very CPU heavy game. I just imagine what your office sounds like with that keyboard just on fire. Yeah, his apartment probably sounds like 100 empty tin cans dragging behind a pickup. Yeah, that's true, Jody. You know, I went to college for that sort of thing as well. But I think in the case of this discussion, you're just a Ford guy trying to get a chef guy to buy a Ford. That's all. That's all it comes down to. I was like, 6? Was there that much of a lag? Yeah, it's just cleaning up the top layer is what it's doing. It shouldn't be running that fast to be doing that. But I digress. God, that thing's massive. Just some time for it to be done. It sounds like there's some loose parts in there. Un momento. Almost. Oh. You know that oven deal that I was talking about that'll hold the spools? It actually has a little scale inside of it that weighs the filament as it's being fed out, and that's how it lets you know. That's how it lets you know how much filament is left in it. So you don't have to keep checking. We just have to let the muffins sit on the counter for a while before I can touch them. Because I don't want to mess it up. Well, that looks pretty damn cool, though. Well, I guess you guys saw how it was getting built. How long? You can't rush perfection, Mary. No, it's a 1/4 inch thick. So what I'm doing is I'm letting the bed itself cool down, so the project will pop off the bed by itself. Because if I get under there with my Scotty peeler, it's just going to bend. And then by the time I get a hold of it, it will have cooled down. So this way it's stuck to the bed and flat. No warpage. Huh. So this other version of Repetier that I have says 2 hours and 7 minutes. This thing took like 5.5 hours. But I'm using a program that has quality settings built into it instead of figuring it all out on my own. Oh, it's already coming off. Whoops. There we go. Static. Touch my power button now. I'm going to fry the system. There she be. That's a Google Pixel 3. Compare size. Or I could just whip out a measuring tape. Just under 8 inches wide. And just a hair under 4 inches high. And it is a 1/4 inch thick. I'm actually impressed by it, to tell you the truth. That looks dang cool. Damn cool. Is my camera really clear on YouTube? It's kind of a really neat texture in that, eh? Yeah, you're right, Jody. Just hang that on the door. I'd probably like it quite a bit more if I actually played Fortnite, but Gray and black, you figure. I was thinking white and black, like white letters and black background. But if a guy could whip up a really good looking gunmetal gray, put in some pearl powder, some gray metallic pearlness. Once you add metallic pearl, I think that'd look a little too girly. You know what? I'm gonna go see if I have any pearl that would look good with it. Besides like the obvious pearl powders that would go in the white, here is a silver. And this is an antique silver. Kind of almost the same. But it looks actually in the blue light, they do look the same. But the antique silver looks like it almost has a little bit of bronze in it. Tiny little bit. Yeah, these are Pearl X, Mary. I use them. I got those for my epoxy art and whatnot. New mouse. That's it. Back with this stupid side back button, forward button. Mary, have you seen my Facebook page? Yeah, it's either black or leaves. I figure leaves is quite a bit less generic than black. What am I looking for? Photos. Update info. Get out of here. Lynn, this mouse of mine has the buttons on the side. So like on the left and right, there's buttons you can push, and they're actually set to be back buttons. And all I did is my fat fingers grabbed the mouse too tight, and I hit the back button, and it booted me out. But it's actually really cool that it just kicked me out and left the stream open so I could just come right back in. But anyway, this was my first big epoxy project. And that's my coffee table. And it's kind of a, well, there is a zoom in. And the design itself, Mary, I burnt in with electricity. It's called Lichtenberg burning. And then I cleaned the burns out, and I filled in with the colored epoxy. And then you don't really see it, like you can kind of see it down there, that reflection. But there's 3 coats of clear epoxy on top of it. The whole process took me 8 days to do. Because once it was done, like to burn it in, then you have to wash it out with water. And you use water to burn it in to begin with. So I had to wait for the water to evaporate out of the wood before I could do anything with it. Or else the water would come out underneath the epoxy because the epoxy heats up as it cures. Yeah, it was about 8 days, and it looks like glass. Like it looks like an old school bar top is what it looks like. And that was a black $2, or it wasn't black, it was wood. It was $2 at a garage sale that I bought when I first went off to college. And you can actually see my hand there holding the phone in my arms and a little bit of my head in the reflection right there. But yeah, it is 8 days took me from a $2 coffee table to probably a $300 coffee table. So that was a really cool week of my life. But yeah, that's what I bought it for. Actually, I'll do a little bit of show and tell. Yeah. Now that I think about it, that's my treasure chest. You're okay. My cat's looking at me with one eye like, God, what is he doing? Of course, it's not going to stay open. A few of you have already seen these, but the color has all been done with either acrylic paint or with the Pearl X. You can see the pearl in there. And when it was half cured, I've actually swirled it around with a toothpick. This guy took 5 days. And it's basically what that little eagle is. I just engraved into the wood and then filled it in with epoxy. Like I said, a few of you have seen these, but I guess I'm just showing it to Mary. And that's just repurposed shelf wood. Just particle board is all it is. This was just a bunch of fooling around. That's just a picture frame. And I did that with the leftover epoxies from all my little projects. That's the Decepticon one. I did an Autobot. I had to do a Decepticon. And these other two go as a set. There's that guy. And a little bit of that Lichtenberg design in there. But there's also, I guess it'd be better going like that. So you'd put it up on different sides of your mantle kind of thing, or whatever. Cool thing I like about the Lichtenberg is you can do it 100 times, and it's going to be different every time. And those picture frames, yeah, actually got two of them, and they're pretty well, they're like a set, but they're also different. But yeah, I like how that Pearl-X pigment comes out. There's, I think, 3 colors in there. Yeah, the green, the blue, and the yellow on top of the black. And these were like wood picture frames from Walmart. I think they were $2 or $3 each. So yeah, that is the story of Pearl-X in my life. And it's really cool how it really doesn't take very much to make a big impact. Doesn't take much to do a job. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean. So I only found the one small brush. It's that guy. And then the next one was huge. So I went and made a small guy. Then I found that guy. But that small one might not even be small enough for some of them parts. Well, maybe. Maybe. We'll just have to see. I thought the hanging holes would be raised as well. I guess they're not. Which that's okay. I'm just trying to think out loud and it's not working. Boy, that's not going to work. And that's expensive epoxy too. It's like 180 bucks for a 2-gallon kit. Yeah, it's crazy pricey that stuff. But a lot of the cheaper epoxies, they yellow if UV light hits them for extended periods. But like Mary says, 2 gallons of epoxy will take you a long ways. Like, is all those pieces that I showed you was probably, oh, it was less than a gallon. It was probably a half-gallon kit that did all those. So if you haven't noticed, we're going to do some painting too. So we got some arts and crafts time. We're going to huff some water-based paint, pretend like it makes you high, I guess. And you know, take my shade down. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Arts and clifting. So I kind of like the idea of the blue, white on blue. So if anyone wants to come in and hang out, the link is there. And if I don't like you, I'll just pretend I don't see you. Yeah, it'll be the blue, the white, what you call them. I'm thinking that border is going to be white as well. The border and then right down to that bottom edge. So I haven't always been artistic. Growing up with coloring books, I've actually found that I was quite impatient. Like I always stayed inside the lines, but I was never one to, like, a common technique was to bold outline and then really light shade inside, but have that really, really bold, vivid outline. I was never one for that. Like I'd just and I'd get outside the lines a little bit, but whatever. Like it never bugged me, right? And then in grade 3, grade 4, there is a girl in my class. Her name is Serena. And she had blonde hair, straight blonde hair that went down to China. And she was into Bart Simpson, so I was able to draw a really mean Bart Simpson. I was just trying to impress her. I might need a couple of coats, folks. Tries pretty quick, but you can still see the texture through it. I'm trying to get it just thick enough where it doesn't fade, because it is a lighter color plastic. So if the coating thickness is the least bit faint, it's going to show through the paint. And I'm not using any thinners on the paint. I'm going full strength. Yeah, it's I just poured it in the cup, Marion. Because I don't care about coverage. I've got this little area and I've got that much paint. So didn't really care about saving a little bit of paint. And I wanted the saturation. No, I got the devil on my arm, but I think I took a little bit different direction in life than she did. But I was the weird fat kid in class, so, and I did a really cool Bart. I did a pretty good Bart Simpson impression, which she enjoyed. But and I actually moved away from that town. That school I went to in that town was a quarter mile out of town, and I walked. You don't ever see that nowadays. God, if it's more than 3 blocks, parents tend to drive their kids everywhere. It was a quarter mile out of town, but it was it was in the woods. Like it wasn't like I was hoofing it down the highway, you know what I mean? There's something you hardly see at a school anymore. This thing had a fire pit that it was huge. That's where we went to make bannock when we had Pioneer Days. I was the only one in the class that made good bannock because I had Indians in my family. So I already knew how to make it. Jody. I don't even know if I could still do it. Because in grade 3, I didn't have such a sexy voice, or whatever they call it.
Eat my shorts.
Nah. It's crazy. I can do Elmo, but I can't do Bart Simpson. It'd be better if I had a smaller brush for this. To be honest with yous. Connecticut. I wonder, instead of brushing it, if I could just flood it. Because I've got little squeeze bottles. Might not be small enough, I don't think. Well, maybe. Something like that. Because the issue in question, like if you look at that small N there in progress, stuff like that, like I'll probably have to double up my white on top of that. But if I flood paint in there with the squeeze bottle, I also may lose some of that texturing. But it'd go a piss of a lot faster. And then I could just brush the white onto the letters. I'm going to try it. What's the worst that can happen? It doesn't work and I'll have to print off a new one. Well, sucks to be you guys if you run out of chips, right? You just have to sit through another print session. Well, I'll do a little bit here and so that's brushed and that's gooped. So that'll probably look better once it dries. But I don't know. Use the goop method to put more paint down instead of just a brush load at a time. If that makes sense. Because that's handy as hell, actually. Just motoring along with the brush, and the paint's already there. Check that out. Where I just brushed it out because the paint was there. And see that up at the top there, that's gonna, I kind of want the edge to be sharp like that. And I'm also picturing the edge being white. So it's a blue background, but the white letters are popping out, but I think it's just going to be white on top. Not Picasso. Picliffo. Picasso's a mess. Wasn't Picasso one of the artists that didn't make any money off his paintings until he died? There's one of them. I think most of the Renaissance artists didn't make any money until they died. Edgar Allan Poe didn't make much money off his poems until he wrote The Raven. I'm a Poe fan, so that's why it's kind of why I know that. You want to know what else is random? That's really cool, actually. The 57 varieties on the Heinz bottle. There's no 57 varieties of ketchup. That was his favorite number. He liked the looks of the 5 and 7 together. That's all it means. Someone come on and sing to me while I'm painting away. Jeez. I can't hardly hear anyone type. Except Jody. I could hear that guy type from the Mason-Dixon line for crying out loud. Apple bought the name iPhone from a guy who owned the precursor to Skype. It was a voice over IP telephone service. Apple liked the name, the sound of his name, and they bought the his company name, and it actually resembled like the only part of the name that they used was part of the company name that he had, and they came up with the term iPhone, and the guy's company name was iPhone U. Coming along, a little messy, but not in a little white paint won't cover. Actually, what I'm enjoying about that squeeze bottle is it puts the paint onto the plate. So the paint's already there. You don't have to dip a brush load bit at a time. You just force it around. Just push it around. My brush is fraying. How am I supposed to do detailed work with a non-detailed brush? Answer me that riddle. Because it's a riddle, especially at 1:30 in the morning. Where is that going to go? Oh, right there. So how's that for a YouTube channel? A 300-pound guy with tattoos painting all delicately. I just saw that. I just saw that on my screen there, and I was like, "Holy cow, that's different." Talking about paint techniques. Connection sucks that bad? Snobby's gonna grab his coffee and come back and see this. He'd be like, "What the bollocks?" Never expected this one. Hi, Myra. Maybe he is back and he's just stared at the screen with an open jaw in disbelief. Jody, did you did you see his pickle video? Kind of looks like crap now, but yeah, I'm make I'm making license plates now. DC, DC sells, look out. Put a little too much in there though in that one spot. Actually, the guys that do artwork in jail, Jody, they they have the time. So they sit there and just put a ridiculous amount of detail in what they do. It's absolute craziness. I've never heard of a plate shop in Canada, though. When my stepbrother was in there, he was apprenticing as a welder, getting his red seal, and he was actually making bunk beds, like the steel bunk beds that are in prisons. Like the frames and whatnot. So I'm just getting rid of brush strokes as it dries. There's a lot of material right in that spot. A lot of the jobs that are in prisons serve the prison system. So you got your sewing shop that repairs where you fix the coveralls and their winter coats. You got welding shops that build and repair bunk bed frames. Um, in federal jails, you get $1.10 per day. But in the federal system, you're there for at least 2 years. So it's $1.10 per day over 2 years. And then there's guys that work in the kitchen. So you actually have the prisoners who feed the other prisoners. Like you got the cook, the dishwasher. Well, it's like an assembly line production, really. Yeah, I guess you can't really see there we go. Yeah. Snobby's back with his cup of joe. Jody, I just held it up to the light to look at how uniform the coat was. So it was light up above the Fortnite there. So I just put in some more. That's all. I was actually thinking of just slapping all that in white as well, just to keep that, because it was kind of looking ugly. And you can actually see all the brush marks too. So I think if I coat the back in white as well, that'll hide that. I'll show you what I'm looking at. So, there. So you can see all the brush strokes and where it's thinner, where it's thicker. But the fact is, like, that is solid. So you can see that the light goes through it. And this is the only bottle I have that's this small. But I guess I'll be brushing the white on, so it won't matter too much. I was just thinking, I should just get a dual extruder. Load one with white filament and one with blue filament. And then I can just hit print. It's looking pretty bitchin', Tommy. And the rest will be white. Now would be a hell of a time to sneeze, wouldn't it? See you again, Mary. Thanks for hanging out. That's actually a clear bottle. That's what color it is. But anyway. If I was thinking, I would have kept the bed warm and I can just slap it back up onto the bed. That would cure it. I was only going to do a couple hours here. I'm going on 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's the longest I've ever been on by myself. Most of the time I have help. I could still be full screen. It's my channel. My sign is an oxymoron. I was wondering the same thing, Tommy. I mean, almost the same thing. But no, he he's usually somewhere. Like it seemed like, geez, it almost seems like he just turned the switch off and all of a sudden he was gone. Like I didn't see him like anywhere else. He's usually got something to say somewhere, which is what I'm trying to get at. I mean, I almost miss trying to decipher what the fuck he's talking about. It's usually random comments. Oh, I see. Myra. Trying to find. Trying to find a little thing, you know? Well, look at the guy who put way too much on. Where's my heat gun? Man, that would be perfect right now. There. Ah! And then I use the wrong side. No, it doesn't have to be pretty on this side, it's just the back. It just hides most of the imperfections on the other side, on the front side. That's what you, that never works to use the do not disturb sign that's on the hotel door. You have to hang a bra on the doorknob. That's like universal language for stay out. A sock? Well, maybe if it's a single dude. But if you have like a woman in there, like an actual human, you just use the bra. I'm not giving up one of my socks. Why are we talking about this? Damn it, Jody. Hmm. That's not working. I'm not doing anything with that for a while anyway. It says fast drying, for crying out loud. Under 10 minutes. Yeah, I guess if it was thin enough, it would only take 10 minutes. And it says wait an hour between coats. It says right there, fast drying. Let dry 1 hour between coats. Do, 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 do. No, Myra, that's like 6 hours. But like, I don't know. If I fire up the printer and heat it up, it'll warm this room up 5 degrees, a good 5 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it might dry faster if I printed something. That's just how long it takes. But this office is like 8 feet. Like it's like 8 by 10. It's pretty teeny. Especially with an Alienware Area 51 sitting on the floor and 2 monitors. And then the cat farting, and then the 3D printer. It stays pretty warm in here. And actually, the thermostat for the furnace is like basically in the wall, and the thermostat's just outside the door. So with everything running in it actually cools the rest of the house down because the furnace doesn't kick in. So I like step out of the office and then it's just like stepping outside. I'm not sure, Myra. You know what? I would think that it costs slightly less than a small area heater. Because the bed is aluminum. So you heat that up, it's just going to dissipate that heat rather quickly. Besides, like, you got that deal, that's a fan that blows down on what just got printed. So you've got an aluminum plate that's being heated from underneath and a fan blowing on it constantly from the top. So the bed heater runs damn near constant, you would think. But I've actually never thought about measuring the amperage draw on it. Black & Decker has a cool little thing you can plug into the wall outlet and then plug your appliance, whatever appliance, into that. And then you can plug in your price per kilowatt hour, and it'll actually break down how much that appliance costs you to run. So like if you do that to your fridge, it'll give you data when the fridge is not running versus when it's running. And it'll tell you how much power your TV uses when it's off. It was quite a neat little contraption. Got white stuff on my fingers. I would think it's cheaper when the 3D printer is running because the house furnace doesn't kick in anywhere near as much. That's what I'm thinking. I got a $50 credit, and that payment is due December 3rd. That's weird. According to my page, I didn't consume a lick of electricity all year long. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Like, at all. I got cornered by the people at the mall one time from Direct Energy. I'm with ATCO, but some people at Direct Energy were like, yeah, you, like they're trying to get you to sign up with them. And she's like, well, who are you with now? And I told him I'm with ATCO. And she asked what you're paying for kilowatt hour. And I was told her I wasn't sure. And she goes, well, we'll start with this one. How much did you pay on last month's bill? What was your last month's bill? And I said, well, it was about $80. And her jaw dropped, and she was like, that's gas and electricity? I was like, yeah, that was about it. And she told me to go. She's like, you're good. You don't need to change. Yeah, the only downside with that, Myra, would be when I turn everything off and go somewhere else. And when this little tiny room cools down, then the furnace will kick in, and then it drags all that cold air into, like, the furnace is about in the middle. It'll drag all that air from the outside edges into the middle, and it's got to heat, like, not only that air that has been getting cold for 6 hours, but it's also heating the walls and the floor, and it's got to do that extra. And then when it kicks out, it'll kick back in earlier than normal a couple of times. I'm like, my mind kind of goes like, it's cheaper to heat your house when everything's already warm. Like the walls are already warm. instead of letting everything cool down and then try to get it to play catch up. We're still wet. Not so much on the, yeah, so much on the edges. Try something here. Because I want to see. $182 kilohertz. Do you mean kilowatt hours? It doesn't tell me. Like, it shows my gas usage, but it doesn't show me my electricity usage. And I haven't been really looking at my bills. I guess, well, duh, I could just pull up last month's bill. Idiot. What floor are you on? Well, I guess that wouldn't matter so much for power because your heat's probably free. View bill. What was last month? November? My November 14th bill. Oh my God. What? It doesn't even tell me. It says last actual read, meter read, but it doesn't say, hey, you used X and X and X kilowatt hours. It says I got an anniversary credit, $25 anniversary credit, $5 administration fee, distribution charge of $25, but that would have been to Fortis, not to Atco. Total amount for electricity was $7.02. Do you ever wear a tie? I did once. Graduation. Well, let's look at October 11th bill, I guess. See if that's any clearer. No, not at all. Rate riders, whatever the hell that means. Yeah, gas, it shows how much I use for gas. I mean, I'm on a guaranteed rate for electricity. But my total amount due the month prior was $32.02. It said last actual read, same as before. I'm all confused now. Last read, same thing. See, it does tell me how much gas I'm using, but it doesn't say how much electricity I'm using. It never shows. Like, it's really weird. Because I look at the consumption graph, select gas, wait for it, and it shows, okay, January I used 1681, February I used 2252, then it goes down till June, July, August, September. Skyrockets in October because we had a cold spell there. But I go to electricity, 2019, and nothing. It said I used zero. Zero, 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 zero. So, I don't know, man. Suppose I could look at my own meter. But I don't know, like, I don't even care. If you look at my bill, it says electricity charge is 21 cents. I kind of like what's going on. Okay, rate riders is temporary credits or charges approved by Alberta Utilities Commission to adjust for over or under collection of approved costs. But according to my bill, my meter hasn't moved. Hmm. Yeah, there was it was energyrates.ca, I believe. No, it wasn't. Hold on. UCA helps. I bet you that's what it was. Utilities Consumer Advocate. Winter rules start on October 15th. Winter rules. Electricity services cannot be fully disconnected between October 15th and April 15th. Natural gas cannot be fully disconnected between November 1st and April 15th. As well, distribution companies cannot disconnect service at any other time when the temperature is forecast to be below 0 Celsius in the 24-hour period immediately following the proposed disconnection. In that case, a limiter will be installed on your meter. Huh. They can't cut you off. I believe that link will help you, Jody. We have a cost comparison tool on there. See, at least you would still have heat. I mean, having the no power thing kind of sucks. Like you'll basically like you go to that site, you go to cost comparison, enter the city, and then you can enter your electricity bill, and then, like, if I remember right, and then the graph for all the different power companies will come up. Like there's Epcor, Atco, Spot Power, Park Power, um, and so on, and what their current rates are. Yeah, see, Myra, Jody lives in an apartment, so his heat is free. But see, I'm in a standalone house, so to heat up my house with gas, I still need power to run that. So it's kind of that's the one thing I miss about living in an apartment in Calgary was the free heat. But it was like an old people's apartment, and that kind of sucked. It's like a bunch of senior citizens or some shit, and like I think I was the only non-smoker in that entire complex. And it was funny. I'm walking down the hallway going to work in the morning, and all I hear is just lungs being hacked up. It was pretty appetizing. And then coming home, you smell everybody's cooking all at the same time, mixed together. Like I wasn't hungry by the time I got to my apartment. And Jody, there's also energyrates.ca. Yeah, I have a regulated rate with my electricity. My gas is variable, so it's going to go up in the winter and go down in the summer. But when I signed up, it was still under market rate. Like the guaranteed rate was higher than the market rate. And with electricity, the guaranteed rate was actually lower than the market rate. And it's May of 2021. Like it's 6.8 cents. Yeah, 6.8 cents until May of 2021 because they capped the rates. Then if Andrew Scheer has his way, he wants to get rid of taxes on energy bills in Alberta. But I don't know. Not getting into politics. I want to put in a wood stove, but where the wood stove's going to go, there's a bunch of eBay stuff right there. But it's not like I'm making a whole bunch of money off eBay right now anyway. I should have put that on the register. Son of a... You can still see it's kind of... And it did help. Yeah. That totally helped. It doesn't look as funky. There's a couple of spots right there. But really, add some white letters. Whiten up those letters. It will. It might pop just enough to completely hide the imperfections. Oh, my brush is getting all... Uh-oh. Let it sit out in the open. Whatever. I don't have all day. Uh-oh. Do the letters and then the border. I threw away my blue. Oh, son of a... Thank God for thick paint, eh? Just a drop. How does Bob Ross put it? Just a little indication. That's all. Stop it. Stop it. Doesn't anything listen to me? Just a little indication there. Way better. No. Some 3D printing shenanigans here. I don't have tweezers in the vicinity. That was the last point where the nozzle was printing. Last point was right there. You know how I know? Because there's a big snot hanging off of it. Once that dries, I'm putting a second coat of white on. That'll really pop. Yeah. No, Myra, it's a gift. So its destination was premeditated. Whoa. See ya, Snobby. Thanks for stopping in. Man, my neck is not liking this. See, I made a few mistakes there down onto the blue, but I'm going to take a smaller brush and just put blue paint over top of that. That'll hide it good enough. Is that pop or what? $3 a.m. Almost coming up on to 12 hours working on this. Almost. I will not be working on this for 12 hours straight. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. There. So it'll look something like that. Can't handle it by the edges now because they're friggin' wet. And we wait. Yeah, that turned out wicked. I like it. You know, what'll even be better is if I can. No, I'm not going to do it till it dries. I was going to say I'll put some blue paint on the white stuff that I messed up. But you know what I should have done is just painted the letters white like everything all white, and then with a really small brush I could have painted up to the letter, and then they would have looked better that way. But it's not like I ordered just one of these from China. I'll just make another one. Yeah. Thing is, I'm gonna have to go to the store and go to the Walmart and buy more. I'm out of brushes. I don't like the clean brushes. I just like to buy the cheap ones and then just throw the used ones away. Well, wasn't that fun? Almost makes you want to tune in tomorrow and see what happens, huh? If that happens, I'll be there. I know that much. A red Solo cup. Mini red Solo cup. I doubt the lines on this one mean anything, though. I actually use those lines to measure the epoxy and the resin. When I do the smaller jobs. There's I do have clear plastic cups for measure the bigger jobs, and the even bigger ones I use paint mixing cups. I used paint mixing cups for my coffee table when I did that job. I've been on for 5 hours now. I'm thinking I'm not going to make it 6. So for all y'all that hung out with me, thank you. And when I make this thing pretty, I'll be sure to show it off proudly. So yeah, we'll see you all again. Another day, another room.